Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, captioner, can you hear me? Testing, testing, captioner, can you hear me? Testing, testing, captioner, can you hear me? Testing, testing, captioner, can you hear me?
Ventura.
That'll be a lot.
It'll be fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dan, are you ready? Good afternoon, everyone. We'll call to order the Board of Trustees regularly scheduled meeting. Brings us to item 102, which is for our information, our 2020 Board of Trustees ground rules and board vision for 2022. Item 103, Chancellor, recommendation of the agenda.
I recommend the agenda as presented.
Thank you. 104, changes to the agenda. Item 10.09 has been pulled. And does anyone have any consent items that they would like pulled? Trustee Chancellor?
At this point, I'd like to pull 11.03.
Okay. Okay, hearing no others. That brings us to 105, public comments for closed session agenda items. And we there you are, Maria Urenda.
Register. Good evening, members of the board and Chancellor McLennan. Maria Urenda on behalf of SEIU Local 99, speaking on closed session item 2.02, conference with negotiators for SEIU. We met with management's team on the 13th of September, and we were not able to move forward as additional board authorization was needed because SEIU rejected the proposal from the district's representatives. We are requesting once again that the Board of Trustees authorize a just and reasonable offer so that we may be able to reach an agreement. We understand that the district is working within the resources that are available, and therefore SEIU proposed a very thoughtful counter that would allow for our members to keep up with the rising cost of inflation, be able to live and work in this county, and still allow for our district to be financially stable. It would also permit it for us to remain competitive with other community college districts for retention and recruiting purposes. The classified professionals of this district are the front lines of our colleges. They provide the essential support that our students need to be able to succeed. We are asking that that is recognized by proposal that would actually reflect that. We appreciate the efforts of the district's team and the board's continued commitment to SEIU and our unit. Thank you.
Thank you. And we did receive one written public comment for a closed session item regarding 202. And it was regarding, well, it's a suggestion for a board policy regarding an item under consideration. That brings us then to closed session, but before we go into closed session under all items, the board will now adjourn to closed session to discuss the items listed on the agenda for closed session. Those items are 2.01 through 2.03. During closed session, we will discuss item number 2.01 and consider the request for settlement authority pertaining to a complaint filed by a former student with the Department of Education, Office of Civil Rights. And the board anticipates returning to open session at 6:30. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Like to reconvene this meeting of the Board of Trustees as we come out of closed session, and that brings us to item 3.01, pledge to the flag. And Trustee Torres, would you lead us in the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, for the closed session report. In closed session, the Ventura County Community College District took action to approve the written settlement agreement with a former student for release and waiver of all claims in exchange for the district's payment of $10,000. The motion was made by Trustee Mantooth with a second by Trustee Torres. The vote was as follows. Trustee Chancellor, aye. Trustee Torres, aye. Trustee Perez, aye. Trustee Mantooth, aye. And Trustee Lichtel, aye. On the other matter, item 2.03, this evening in closed session, the board took action to deny an appeal of an administrative determination on a discrimination complaint. The vote was 5-0. The motion was made by Trustee Mantooth, seconded by Trustee Lichtel. And the votes were Trustee Lichtel, aye. Trustee Mantooth, aye. Trustee Perez, aye. Trustee Torres, aye. And Trustee Chancellor, aye. That brings us to public comments. And I have 3 cards. The first speaker is Joshua Medrano, followed by Marianne Krause. Kraus. Just make sure it's on. There you go.
1, 2. You hear me now, right? All right. Good evening, board. My name is Joshua Medrano. I am the Executive Secretary Treasurer of the Tri-Counties Building and Construction Trades Council. It's good to see everybody, and I do come in peace, I promise. That's why there's just me. However, I do represent a small 7-nation army, 22 different trade crafts, as well as 16,000 individuals throughout the Tri-Counties of San Luis Obispo, Santa Barbara, and Ventura counties. Last month, we did come in force. We did have multiple trades come over here and speak in favor of a community workforce agreement. And this board got together and made a couple of decisions and recommendations and wanted to have a workshop. Now, it was very ambitious to try to get that discussion on tonight's agenda. So I'm here to just say we are here to answer any of your questions. My information has been shared with multiple individuals here on the board. I am more than happy to do that once more in case you have any individual questions, and we look forward to that workshop. Y'all have a great evening. Appreciate your time.
You too. Thanks for being here. Marianne, followed by Ruth Luevanos.
Chair Perez and members of the trustees, I'm Marianne Krause, Chair of Santa Clara Valley Together. And I just wanted to express my gratitude for the leadership from the district staff, from Ventura College, and for Trustee Mantooth for all coming out to Santa Paula City Council last week. It was a great presentation. It may have been unnerving that there weren't more people in the room, but I assure you they were watching at home. So I just wanted to express my gratitude that you were able to present so that all of the council members and the staff were able to hear the same information. Thank you.
Thank you. Ruth?
I'm shorter than the other two. Good evening. My name is Ruth Luevanos. I am a resident of Simi Valley and a mother, and I recently took a tour of all 3 of the Ventura County Community Colleges. It was a little sad to see that 2 of the community colleges do not have a cafeteria. One that did have a cafeteria, and they closed by 1 o'clock. Which meant that our students don't have access to food on campus. There's food pantries, but they don't actually serve meals. So I wanted just to bring that to your attention and see if there is a plan in the making
for ensuring that our students have access to food on campus because they are there. Some of them had classes late at 6, 7, 8:30 at night, but they didn't have anywhere to eat, just vending machines, half of which were empty, and some were completely empty. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. And we do have received, it's online on the web, a written public comment on open session item regarding remote work seniority list. And with that, that takes us to items 4.01 and 4.02, acknowledgement of new employees and recognition of district retirees, which as our practice has been our practice, will be referenced in the various reports to the board tonight. And 4.03, acknowledgements of guests and special recognitions. And unfortunately, I can't get online, but I see a cake here. Trustee Torres, do you know what that is all about? Okay, very good. Well, happy birthday to you then. Yeah. Birthday for Matthew. Oh, okay. And there's another Vice Chancellor of Business Services, Kathy Borhorka's birthday as well. So she's joining us remotely. So bear with me. So that brings us to item 5.01, classified Senate President's Reports / consultation. Who wants to lead off? There you go.
Good evening, trustees, student trustee Whalen and Chancellor McLennan. I'm Michael Hayden, the classified Senate President at Ventura College. In consultation of item 5.01, or excuse me, 3.01, we'd like to congratulate Vincent Vigil, Student Services Assistant, and Maite Apatzi, Program Coordinator 2, for their appointment at Ventura College. The Ventura College Classified Senate met on October 3rd, where we began discussions on the revision of the classified 9+1 to more closely align with the 4CS. Also, the Classified Senate, as well as other constituencies, will begin to look at the Participatory Governance Handbook that expires in 2025. I was also fortunate to represent the Classified Senate in the first ever President's Panel on September 30th at Ventura College. Dr. Laredo Habib, Rachel Johnson, Academic Senate President, and Marcos Garcia, ASBC President, were able to update campus on upcoming projects and professional development opportunities in the upcoming year. We are also excited to announce that we will hold our first new classified employee orientation of the 2024-2025 academic year on November 6th. This will be a great opportunity for new classified employees to connect with staff and coworkers and learn all about the campus in Ventura College. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next?
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Student Trustee, and Chancellor McLennan. My name is Berenice Rodriguez, and I am the Classified Senate Vice President for Oxnard College. While Sergio's back in school, I will be attending some of the board meetings in his place. This is for board item 4.01. We'd like to welcome the classified professionals, Andrea Duran, Program Coordinator 1 at Oxnard College's MESA program, Catherine Hamera, Instructional Lab Technician 2 at Oxnard College's Chemistry Department, and Rochelle Ford, the evening and weekend activities attendant for Oxnard College's Student Life Office. For 4.02, we'd like to wish the best to Officer Vahija Fruity on his retirement. We'd like to thank him for his 21 years of service, and his bubbly personality will definitely be missed. 4.03 would like to wish happy birthday to Academic Senate President Matthew Morgan and Trustee Gabby Torres. This is for the Classified Senate report. We had our first meeting in September. We discussed our annual goals and committee membership. We will be reviewing the accreditation follow-up report and discussing the PG manual revisions. We're currently hosting our first fundraiser for the year. Our colleagues have the opportunity to purchase boograms that can be sent to colleagues at Oxnard College, our sister colleges, and the district office. And the money raised will go back to support professional development within the classified senate. Thank you.
Thank you. Any others? No, there you go.
Rebecca Stroud,
Yes.
Moore Park College, Classified Senate President, esteemed Board Chair, Trustees, Student Trustees, Chancellor McLennan, and distinguished guests. The Moore Park College Classified Senate is actively working to align our goals with the strategic objectives of the college. We recognize the vital role we play in contributing to the success of our institution, and we are committed to doing so in a meaningful and forward-thinking way. As part of our efforts to better align with the broader California Community Colleges Classified Senate 4CS, we have recently had the first reading of our amendments to our 9+1 guidelines. These revisions are designed to match those of the 4CS. Additionally, we had our first read of our amendment, excuse me, to our bylaws concerning term limits for the campus committee appointments. By limiting committee terms to 1 year, we seek to foster a dynamic environment that welcomes fresh perspectives and innovative ideas. This change is intended not only to promote new leadership within our ranks, but also to provide more opportunities for broader participation among our members. We will conduct the second reading of these proposed changes at our next meeting tomorrow, October 9th, to submit them for consideration to the Academic Senate in November. We hope to successfully integrate our revised 9+1 guidelines into the Moore Park College Participatory Governance Handbook this academic year. In regards to item 4.01, we would like to congratulate our new Assistant Dean, Deborah Brackley, a position much earned and well-deserved. And in regards to item 4.03, we would also like to wish our Academic Senate President, Matthew, happy birthday. And I just want to say on a personal note, as a new president, that Matt has been wonderful in stepping in and helping me, and that I very much appreciate his thoughtfulness.
Well, that's a nice segue into the Academic Senate President's report and consultation. And Matthew, birthday boy.
Trustee, student trustee, chancellor, colleagues, and guests, my apologies on missing the written report deadline. I'll include the October report with next month's report. I don't have a lot for my oral report either, just 3 quick comments. But first, whoever got me this cake, thank you. I took a picture, sent it to my family, and the kids said, do not touch that cake until you get home. So it's going to sit here, but it will be eaten tonight. October 20th. Oh, first, we're going to be conducting faculty prioritization this month. It's scheduled for October 29th. So it takes a lot of process and a lot of work. Our institutional research office does phenomenal work helping us with this. And so I'd like to extend a thanks for the work they've already done and the work they'll continue to do to support this process. October 24th from 9 a.m. to 1 p.m., we'll have a safe zone training to support our LGBTQIA plus students and employees. Trustees, you're invited to that training. If you'd like to attend, just register on the Moore Park College Safe Zone website. Regarding item 4.01, we don't have any new faculty at our campus to welcome, so I'll just take this time to welcome Deb Brackley to her permanent position. She did great work for Moore Park College in her interim position, and we look forward to working with her in her new permanent role. And then finally, I would like to congratulate Vice Chancellor Bajorquez and Trustee Torres on being born in what scientific research has objectively determined to be the absolute best month of the year.
How can you follow that? Go ahead.
Best. I'm Claudia Moreno Parsons. I'm the Oxnard College Senate VP, filling in for Dolores Ortiz tonight. I would like to echo congratulations on the new employees and retirements, including 2 specific from Oxnard College, Officer Vahid Jafrudi, who served 25 years and has just recently retired, as well as Pamela Portenstein, who is a part-time English professor and has also recently retired. Happy birthday to all who have been noted as well. We would like to note that as well. The Oxnard College Senate recently approved a syllabus statement for the Justice Involved Rising Scholars faculty that professors have agreed, many have agreed to put on their syllabi. We have, OC's had a lot of busy events, faculty doing a lot of work, including Dr. Selena Benavides Black appearing on NPR to talk about your kid is having a tantrum in public, now what? And you can listen to that on NPR. Currently, Professor Dolores Ortiz is attending special meeting of the Oxnard City Council where Oxnard Thriving Roots Youth Survey is being presented. And the study was sponsored by the city of Oxnard in partnership with Hudson.
Thank you. Yeah, trustee Lichtel.
Thank you. If I could ask, for a copy of the syllabus statement or purpose, that kind of thing, I'd be curious to know what that looks like. Thank you. Thank you.
Good evening, trustees, chancellor, and all esteemed guests in the room. I am excited to say that the written report that was submitted on behalf of Ventura Academic Senate, the very lengthy report, actually was basically written by faculty, and I just put it all together in a pretty little package. And it was exciting to see so many voices coming forward, and I'm hoping that this becomes something more and more happening across campus, so you can see diverse ideas and concerns coming through. So this week we are going to be hosting on Thursday and Friday. We're having our flex days, and we have a wonderful program set up for faculty, including safety on campus and how to create safe spaces and also what to do in emergencies. And so we're looking forward to that. We're also talking about supporting our LGBTQ plus students across campus. So it's going to be 2 days of very of amazing programming for faculty to be able to grow from. As Matt or Mike has expressed, we hosted a presidential panel in which the 4 presidents on campus sat together and talked about what was happening in our areas. Dr. Loretta Habib moved the conversation forward by suggesting a relay of kindness, unity, and gratitude by incorporating a collection of moments in spaces where we are all together. And so she provided us with relay sticks that are orangish, yellowish orange. And so we are bringing them into our different spaces to remind people of those moments that we have in meetings. And it was beautiful because when we look at our bachelor's program that is in development, we actually had so many faculty step up to support the development of this bachelor's program. That was all I could do was write about how excited I was to see so many people supporting that program development and add it to the relay stick. Or we can call it a sword because we're pirates. This is a sword of kindness. I don't know. But in the spirit of this, the faculty are looking for more opportunities for the president to come and spend time with us and get to know the faculty more. I know it's hard when you're coming into a college and you're new and learning everything, but we really want to make sure that we're building good, solid relationships. And as a way to understand where people are coming from, translate the history, faculty are like elephants or maybe pirates. I don't know if it's the pirate theme, but elephants have long memories and have lots of history that we can share. And we want to make sure that that's happening. And to support the dialogues that have been happening around things like the Santa Clara River Valley, dual enrollment, faculty prioritization, expectations, what we're wanting to see from the faculty and helping build enrollment and challenges that we've had. So we think that there's a lot of great opportunity to have good conversations around those things. When it comes to Common Course numbering, the AB 1111, I've been talking about this in the board meetings, but in 6 months, 2,000 students are going to enroll in English C1000 at Ventura College. Thousands of other students at Moore Park and Oxnard College will also be enrolling in English C1000. Our course schedules, college catalog, and curriculum management systems will not currently allow this to happen. English V01A, English M01A, and English R01 101 are the 3 separate courses all in our system. This problem will be identical for the 5 additional courses in phase 1 of the Common Course numbering. Our faculty are working on revising the first 6 commonly numbered courses. However, the VC Curriculum Committee is increasingly worried that key problems are not being addressed Faculty need a way to input these courses into Course Leaf. Curriculum specialists need a way to input these courses into the college catalogs. The academic data specialists need a way to put in these courses into Banner and the systems for the course scheduling and enrollment. We hope to discuss the issues at the next VCCI meeting, and we're looking forward to the district supporting in time the student registration in 6 months when thousands of students will be enrolling. This is a beast, and we're just thinking every time we have a conversation, just more and more systems are in need of support as we're rolling this out, and the timeline is so strict. We really need to be having these conversations about what is this going to look like. So at the end of the day, in 6 months, when students need to enroll in these courses, they're able to. And right now, we're only working with 6 classes, but starting in October, we add 21 more. And then closely after that, we add the rest of the courses that are on the list. So it's really critical that we are addressing this from technology and from the curriculum side and having everybody involved in it. So, and that is my report. So thank you very much.
Thank you. That brings us to 601, College Associated Student Government Reports. Student Trustee Whalen.
Thank you. So we'll begin our ASG reports with Rigoberto, ASG President of Oxnard College, followed by Jackson, ASG President of Moore Park College, and finally, Marcos, ASG President of Ventura College, will be joining us and delivering his report on Zoom.
Sorry. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Student Trustee, Chancellor McLennan, and guests. For my report, I just wanted to quickly go over some of our upcoming events for the month of October. So we're going to be doing a coming out day, a loteria night. We're going to be doing our club rush and domestic violence awareness. We're also going to be doing breast cancer awareness, a wellness fair, and a Halloween dance. And we're also going to be going, or 6 of our board members are going to be going to a Seesaw conference in LA. And then today at 6:15, we said goodbye to our students that went on our HBCU tour. And then I also just wanted to welcome our new evening attendant in ASG, Rochelle Ford, who we love. Thank you.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Student Trustee, and Chancellor McLennan. To start my ASMC October reports, a good amount of stuff that we did in September and the beginning of October revolved around voter engagement. What that looked at was getting the students more involved in sharing their voice with fun stuff like educating them on the Constitution, voting on your favorite ice cream topping, and you get ticket to have some Mr. Softies, get them interested. Also at the teaching zoo, we had some voting stuff. And then with student engagement, we did a lot of club stuff. We held our club rush. It was very successful. We had over 40 clubs there, hundreds of students enjoying, all the different clubs, getting to engage with their peers. We had a ton of new approvals for clubs. It was a fun time. We had our student services fair as well during Club Rush, which was great to educate students on all the student services that are offered to them. That's pretty much our report. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me all right? Perfect. Thank you. Good evening, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to provide an update on behalf of the ASVC. We've had a productive start of the semester, and I would like to start by highlighting some of the recent events that we've had, and then later talk about some of the upcoming events that we have. So just recently, we had our California Proposition Workshops and Voter Registration event today, hosted by our Political Science Club. We had about 200 attendees. I'm not sure how many of you got registered, but that was just today. On October 7th, we had our Empower Abilities event. It was an event dedicated to empowering and bringing awareness to people of different abilities, where we had many different resources that they could connect to, as well as many different departments on campus that they could interact with. We also had our women's volleyball game on October 4th, where unfortunately we lost pretty bad to Moore Park, but thank you very much, Moore Park, for that amazing student section. We're going to bring our A game next time. On October 1st, we had our VC debate watch party for the, I think that one was the vice president debate, where we had the political science club also hosting that, where we had an attendance of about 50 students. We also, on September 17th, we also had our voter registration and Constitution Day. On that one, we had about 200 registered voters that we counted. On September 10th, we also had the regular presidential debate watch party, also hosted by our political science club that also had about 50 people in attendance. We also hosted our ASVC retreat on September 13th to the 14th, where we onboarded many of our new members, got them used to their committees, got them used to how to run meetings, as well as just showing them the general process of the board. Two of our ASVC members also had the opportunity to attend the Escala conference in late September. Escala is a premier professional development program for Hispanic serving institutions. The focus of the conference was on creating a Latinx-centered educational experience and fostering inclusivity. So the insights gained from the conference will help guide ASVC's effort to better support Latinx students and enhance their campus experience. And also for some events that will be coming up, we have a voter repression forum coming up on October 9th, where ASVC, in collaboration with the VC Political Science Club, will host a forum on voter suppression. On October 18th, we will be holding a civics educational series with Vista Real. So we will be collaborating with Vista Real for Civics Education Series, which aims to inspire and educate high school students about civic responsibility, helping prepare them for participation in the electoral process. ASVC is also excited to announce our collaboration with Ventura College's Project Sale STEM Harbor team to host the second annual Hispanic Serving Institution Student Summit. This summit will provide students the opportunity to engage in discussions about leadership, identity, and academic success within the context of our HSI designation. Let's see. And then last event that we have for October is on October 29th. ASVC will host a Vote Early Day celebration to promote early voting, where the goal is to provide students with information and resources to vote ahead of Election Day, ensuring that there are no last-minute obstacles. So again, thank you very much for the opportunity to share what we're doing at Ventura College. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you all. That takes us to item 602, AFT report.
Good evening, Chancellor and Board. I am Teresa Bonham, AFT Local 1828 President. We are engaged in a couple of active negotiations, and I want to give you a little update. So first, for compressed calendar. On September 20th, AFT's compressed calendar negotiation team met with the district to plan the new timeline for convening to a 16-week semester. We scheduled 5 meetings and mutually agreed that our goal target date for finishing the negotiations on the compressed calendar would be November 15th. Because we moved the start date for convening to a compressed calendar, a new academic calendar for the academic year 2024-2025 must be negotiated with the district before we may address the 2026-2027 and 2027-2028 compressed academic calendars. AFT has requested a proposal for the 2024-2025 academic calendar. We must settle this before we can make any progress negotiating the calendars. Next, for Article 3, the salary reopener. On October 2nd, AFT's Article 3 reopener negotiations team conducted our first meeting with the district to present our proposal. We have additional meetings planned with the district for October 14th and November 1st. Out of the 72 community college districts in California, VCCCD ranks 70 out of 72 in terms of lowest starting pay for contract faculty. This is a shame. We live in one of the more expensive areas in the state. In fact, the average rent cost in Ventura County is 54% higher than the national average, and the average price of rent has increased by 30 to 50% over the past decade. Also, over the past decade, home prices have increased 87 to 100%. According to the California Association of Realtors, a significant portion of the population spends more than 30% of their income on housing. Many faculty can no longer afford to live in the community they serve. We are an academic institution. Faculty are directly responsible for delivering the core educational services provided by the district. Providing fair compensation signals to faculty that the district values their expertise and dedication. A workforce that feels valued and fairly compensated is more engaged, innovative, and committed to success. We are losing quality talent, both in full and part-time faculty, because other community colleges in the state offer higher wages and more financial stability. Year after year, our district adds large amounts of unspent funds to their reserve. Currently, there's over 94 million, which equals 41% in the VCCD reserves. The state chancellor's office suggests that we keep 17%, and this is a big difference. The district has the money, so it's time to pay faculty a fair wage. Thank you.
Thank you. 603 SEIU report.
Good evening, board members and Chancellor McLennan. Maria Urenda on behalf of SEIU Local 99. Earlier this evening, we made a public comment providing the board with a negotiations update and a request for additional authorization from the board for our table. We are eager to meet with management's team next week to continue discussions towards an agreement. We recently hosted union meetings the week of the 16th, which were attended by more than half of the membership. Our members have been updated regarding the compressed calendar, remote work, and negotiations. We are looking forward to continued discussions with the district regarding all of these areas and remain open to creative possible options. As mentioned in our public comment during closed session, the classified professionals of VCCCD provide a high level of service that provides the support and guidance for our students to be able to succeed. We thank the board in advance for that recognition of our service to the district by continuing in these conversations. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 604, the president's reports. Jennifer, you're first. Moore Park College.
Hello. Oh, good evening, Chair, Board, Chancellor. Jennifer Clark. I'm Vice President of Business and Administrative Services. I have the honor tonight of sitting in for my boss, President Sokanu, representing Moore Park College. Just a couple of items. In honor of Latin Heritage Month, I would like to highlight some recent successes that I'd like to share that actually, you may not know, this month in the Inside Higher Ed publication, this month there's actually an article that's posted on a study that was done at Moore Park College on academic renewal, which is basically a policy that's existed for a very long time, but most students have no idea about it. And it's basically, if students qualify, they have maybe D's or F's on their transcript. If they've shown that in at least the last year they've been doing well, they have an opportunity to basically reset their grades, get those up to 24 units wiped off their record so they can start again. And I'm really, really excited to report that in this study, we found that for the group that participated, where counselors actually reached out to them and offered them this and basically told them about this policy, we saw that with the Hispanic students in particular, there were higher retention rates for this fall, 2024, compared to the control group, which didn't receive the outreach. 10 points, so 47% moved to 57% with that particular group. That particular group also enrolled in more units than the control group. And we found that those students are more likely to then subsequently enroll in English and math after having their transcript renewed that way. And it basically highlights the relationships between a student's own confidence in their academic abilities and their GPA and how closely those things are tied. And I can tell you, I personally have a very good friend whose daughter, she's 22. She had, I could say, PTSD from high school, and she didn't attend college for a couple of years. Took her a while. She didn't know what she was doing when she first enrolled, didn't do well. English and math, she failed, struggled. She has subsequently found her passion. She's been doing really well. She had her grades renewed. She is now in Phi Kappa Theta. She's texting me saying, I'm an honor student. What does this mean? What do I do? She's talking about UCLA. I mean, it is a complete turnaround for this one particular girl. And that's just one of, hundreds of thousands of students that potentially can benefit from this. So I wanted to bring your attention to that. I think it's super exciting. And then also, I wanted to let you know that we're going to be following up this newsletter that was attached to the board report. There's some data, some Latinx data on it, in particular, again, for Latin Heritage Month. There were some of it is a little hard to understand because there aren't, there's not a lot of context and a lot of other data like to compare it to. So we're going to follow up with a better version of this. So stay tuned. Thank you.
Thank you. Oxnard College.
Buenas noches, trustees, chancellor, student trustee. As we near the end of Hispanic Heritage Month, I would like to highlight some key data on our Hispanic Latina student population. Over the last 3 years, we have seen a 24% increase in our 20 years and younger student population. And we have seen all other age groups stay consistent. In the area of retention and course success, our retention rate for Hispanic and Latinx students declined slightly to an overall rate of 88%. The average course success rate has remained steady at 71% across the board. And lastly, the number of degrees and certificates earned by our Hispanic Latinx students has increased from 843 awards in 21-22 to 1,100 awards last year. As a proud Hispanic serving institution, we're consistently having conversations of how we can do better and increase the success of our students. I just want to thank our faculty, our classified professionals, our administrators for all the hard work that they do to really highlight that success of our students. So thank you.
Thank you. Ventura College.
Good evening, and trustee Perez, board chair Perez, trustees, and Chancellor McClellan. My name is Gregory Anderson. I'm the Vice President of Academic Affairs and Student Learning at Ventura College Interim ACES, and I'm here representing Dr. Lorita Habib. I would also like to highlight the Hispanic Serving Institution celebrating the month of servingness that we try to deliver every single day at Ventura College. The newsletter contains a great deal of data, and it centers our work at the college to serve every student with particular attention to our role as an Hispanic Serving Institution. Dr. Lorita Habib has made her commitment crystal clear, encouraging everyone at the college to take seriously the word serving rather than just enrolling. Serving is about recognizing our students as fully capable of actualizing their success, and we celebrate our students in that potential. Even as we strategize to serve them effectively, we recognize that every equity gap needs to be closed. And we're doing that through additional innovative interventions that are currently under consideration, including consideration of creating a Puente project. Puente program is a successful statewide mentoring and cohort-based approach that can serve as a model for other efforts at the college. So that's under very, very early consideration under the president's leadership. The other topic I'd like to bring up briefly, we will be hosting our first collaborative design workshop associated with the student housing capital project that we are undergoing. And that will be on Wednesday, October 16th from 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. with a follow-up session on the 17th from 9 to 11 a.m. Those sessions will discuss the project's goals, timelines, and how the project aims to enhance student life on campus. There will be different formats, different ways to participate for everybody to provide their input through polls and surveys and through these charrettes. And there'll be facilitated group conversations with the consultants who are working with us. So we want to be sure that every voice is heard to understand the unique needs of the community that we serve, as well as our students. The first design workshop will largely be focused on our internal community. And we are also collaborating closely with the college, the community council in our neighborhood, in case any community members want to attend. We'll also be attending their meetings, a variety of other meetings in the community to make sure that everybody's included in this. The second design workshops are much more externally focused, so we'll make a special effort then to bring in the community as well. And therefore, the 13th and 14th of November tentatively. And we'll engage in active outreach communication to our internal and external communities to make sure everybody's included. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Trustee Torres, and thank you.
Thank you for the reports. And I did have a question for Ventura College. And I noticed, I know you addressed Puente, but I did notice the reports and there were, it was noted on page 3 of your report that there has been some challenges, particularly with Hispanic students in completing their educational goals. And you did notice that there was a decrease in their success rates as well as in their degree and certificate transfer completion rates. And so I know you mentioned Puente, and Puente is an addition, but I'm curious in understanding the systems that you are considering within the college to address it, because I know it's perhaps something new as data is coming your way. You're seeing this and you're probably having conversations at the college level to see what can be done perhaps instructionally in addition to student support services. And I'd be curious and be able to know what that looks like. And it doesn't have to be tonight because I know there's a lot of information, but perhaps in an upcoming board meeting when the president is also here as well, and be able to share, because when I looked at this data, I know that my question was going to require something a little bit more comprehensive, perhaps a report of how it's being addressed. But I did look at it and I was concerned. I was happy to see that we've maintained the success rate at our community, other community colleges, and we've seen an increase in Oxnard College. So I was curious to see specifically about Ventura College and perhaps some of the work that you've been doing there at a internal level to find out why that is occurring, that we're seeing, particularly because we're Hispanic serving institutions, where are we seeing them, their success rate decline and also the completion rate. So just something to take back, but I just wanted to make note of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Chancer.
It was alluded to in the Academic Senate report specifically, but from Oxnard College, but there's a special meeting tonight at the city of Oxnard. And the title of that meeting was significant challenges facing the Oxnard youth adults. And in particular, I didn't know that the report was co-authored, or I guess my question is, what role did we have in initiating or supporting this report? And can we get some of the data and results or update on our response to it?
So my understanding is that the city commissioned this report along with 3 other reports. And it's really aimed at how we can better serve our Oxnard residents. And again, commissioned by the city, working with UCLA. And so all we did was provide our students to provide some feedback in terms of the educational component and the college in particular. I saw a copy of the report. For the most part, it shows really strong outcomes, strong student engagement with the faculty, high really satisfaction levels. But the only piece that was something that we had a concern with was what came out in the press release, which was a transfer rate that was the lowest in Ventura County. The methodology that they used is different than the methodology we use to go ahead and judge our success with transfer. So that's something I'd like to see a little bit more of. But for the most part, everything was positive on that particular report. We're working with the city to see if they can go ahead and come to campus and share the results with the researcher from UCLA. So, we're happy to invite the board to be able to ask questions and engage in with the data. And so as soon as we get the report, we'll publish it or share it with our chancellor, who will share it with you.
And I know it's been a past practice of a number of Oxnard students deciding to take courses at Ventura College, and maybe post-COVID online courses. I don't know if that's increased or decreased at what level, but I'm hopeful that Ventura College is also keyed in and involved in sort of digesting some of the findings from this report as well. But as one trustee, I would definitely like to be updated and informed. The headline, was a little alarming. And I got a lot of questions on it. I mean, the headline was, "We know the majority of Oxnard working adults have little or no training and or education beyond high school." And we all know that that's not true. and we're doing a lot of hard work to make sure that our adult students are ready to go and have options. So I for one would be eager to see some of the data and response that we're having.
There are many positive examples of collaboration between Oxnard College and the city of Oxnard. And I think you can hear the consensus of board interest in getting a copy of that report and for further discussions with the college and the city. So thank you. Okay. Next item is 6.05 board committee reports. Which committee wants to lead off here? I'm looking at you, Trustee Torres.
This is on Trustee Lichter and I met 2 weeks ago, and so we talked about, we took 2 hats. We were the past committee, and then we were also the ad hoc committee of the board policies for the board. So we presented in our own committee about the work that we are engaging in as an ad hoc committee with the board policies and how we are taking the policies, like chunking them, and we're taking some that were recommended by our consultants to take a look at and to just do some working with them and then bring them to the board for approval. So we discussed between Trustee Lichto and I how that's going to look like. We have a meeting scheduled on October 17th with our chancellor and also with Dr. Putnam to discuss more some of those policies, look at the words, and then have some that we're getting ready to bring to the board. We also had a discussion, and you have it in your minutes. I think they were emailed to you. And so it was a really good productive conversation. And we talked about the dynamics of us as the board, of what do we envision? How does it look like when we're here at the dais? Really our communication evaluation process, taking a look at us, being very open, and looking in ways of how we continue moving forward with the work with still maintaining our autonomy as a board member, and being able to share our perspectives and how to do so in such a way that is conducive to the work that we're doing as a board. And so it was a really great conversations that we had of ways that we can do that. There's going to be additional retreats that we'll have, but that's information that'll be forthcoming in terms of how that's going to look like. Trustee Leto and I so need to meet to have an idea of what that vision will be and presenting it to the board. Anything else, Trustee Leto, that we might have discussed?
I would just mention that the ad hoc committee that we're a part of is an outgrowth of board development process that the board has engaged in addressing the accreditation compliance issue. And, I want to say that I felt that both of those sessions were very productive, and I would welcome a third session with the same consultants as some kind of a follow-up at some point. Our student trustee was there as well and contributed. And I think what I saw happening was kind of some common ground being built around some commitments that as board members that we're willing to make in order to make not only our roles more defined and more specific to what I think is intended, but also related to our conduct as a board and how we operate and how we do business on a day-to-day, week-to-week, month-to-month basis. So I think the process to this point has been really, really positive. I think that, I believe in striking when the iron's hot, and I think it's hot right now. I think that, we should continue that work, whether it's with or without the consultants, but continuing those conversations that I feel are very, very productive. And it was great to be able to extend those conversations at our past committee meeting.
Just something else to add. So with institutional effectiveness at the district level, you notice that there was reports, and so that were being presented to us chapters every month. And so we're no longer going to have chapters, but what we're going to have is now data. So the information was presented to us, and so those will be, I believe, quarterly reports, which will be data. And it's a lot of work that the department is doing at the district level, and the colleges are also doing within respective colleges to provide that information to get a sense of the student success of how students are doing. In each one of the areas that the chapter address, we will be receiving data, which is really nice to be able to just help us monitor the work and just see how we're doing. And as we're, building on our policies, and as we're looking at our budget, and as we're looking at our strategic goals, in essence, everything's being aligned, which is really beautiful. We also had additional conversation of the strategic goals of the district. And as we have consultants coming to our district, we'll also engage in conversations of what we also would like as board members, our participation at that level. So really past, we're really busy. We have a lot of major work really that has come to us. And at the same level, we don't want to lose track of legislation and what's occurring. And do we need to be present and active at the state level, federal level? And how do we mobilize within our trustees, all 5 of us, and with our student trustee as well, at her leadership at the student level to bring her voice? We know there's going to be coming up in February. We have a lot of different opportunities in January. We have the legislative, we have at the federal level in February. So how to also bring in everything we're doing and advocate and start moving the needle within our district, within our state, and within also our nation. So we have really, really high goals, and we're excited about engaging in this work. And Trustee Lichto and I talked about how, and you can disagree, Trustee Lichto, but we said we were a good balance because between him and I, we make sure we cover every single aspect because we come at it with different lens. And that only really brings strength to our committee and the work that we do together. So I think it was a really good and productive meeting.
Thank you. That brings us then to the Administrative Services Committee meeting. Trustee Mantu.
Yes, based upon those comments you've just heard, that's kind of a hard act to follow, and thank you. Thank you for those perspectives. We met on September 25th, and in keeping with our co-chair model, it was my turn to facilitate. We heard a number of items, all of which are on tonight's agenda for board consideration, including the acceptance of the annual financial and budget report, often known as the 311. Action to approve a naming opportunity for lab space at Ventura College. And in the interest of sustainability, an amendment to our energy services agreement and easement for electrical charging stations at Moore Park College. We also entertained a number of personnel actions, all of which, including those I referenced earlier, were approved by consensus to move forward to the board tonight. Trustee Chancellor, anything you'd like to add?
No, the only thing would be on that grant director position, that position will be for Ventura College, but the position itself will be housed at the East Campus location, which I think is a great asset.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Kudos to both committees for all the good work you've been, yeah. Right. Okay, that brings us to the consent calendar. And earlier this evening, item 1009 was pulled from the consent calendar, and 1103 was pulled for question or discussion by Trustee Chancellor. So except for those 2 items, is there a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
Trustee Lichtel
Second.
and Trustee Chancellor seconds that motion. And student trustee, your advisory vote, please. Thank you. Board, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you. Okay. Trustee Chancellor, item 1103.
Okay, I had a couple questions when I first looked over this item. It was great to see, because what we've heard at the board level so far with agreements in regards to dual enrollment is for sure an excitement on it, but has been some of the challenges, specifically with CBAs and who will be, actually teaching the courses and the funding source and that. So I had a couple questions in that, and some of them Dr. Herrera was able to answer, but actually, is it possible to get an introduction in this item and to kind of lay out where we are with this partnership? I jumped right to questions, but an introduction from staff would maybe be a little bit helpful.
Sure.
I'll give you an overview. Each of the colleges, we're in the process of transitioning to a 2-year pathway. We still have multiple courses that are CCAP and non-CCAP that are one-offs. depending on the need of the schools. This particular agreement is with Ojai Unified School District, and it is with Summit, which is a school that is a non-traditional school. And it's a course that's being offered by a Ventura College professor. The professor is a theater arts professor. It's a 3-unit course. It's offered from 12:30 to 2 during the school day. And it's for 3 units.
Trustee Chancellor?
Get too far into the weeds, but I think this could potentially be like a model, right? For us moving forward as we're dipping our toes into more and more of these agreements. I mean, I don't know if that's fair, but let me just ask the question. And the question is, in this particular case, is this fall outside of the Ventura College professor's assignment and in that realm? Or is this an extra duty thing of that nature?
This current course is being taught by an adjunct faculty who is taking on the responsibility to work as a dual enrollment instructor at the school.
Okay. And is the number of students around 20?
The MOU is between 20 to 30 students per course.
And I'm just trying, because I noticed in the MOU, it said we would receive between 2 and 3 FTES.
Correct.
So if this were a traditional class at Ventura College with 20 or 30 students, would that number be much higher? I'm just trying to understand.
I don't know what you mean by a traditional, if it's a high school class, we don't.
No, I'm saying like a brick and mortar course at Ventura College, nothing to do with dual enrollment.
Do we generate FTS?
Yeah, like much more than 2 or 3 than what we're generating in this
No,
agreement.
no, it's based on the units.
It's the same formula.
Same.
Yeah,
Got it.
exact
Thank you.
same formula.
Okay. And then I noticed in the agreement, we have to submit this per ed code to the chancellor at the California Community Colleges and the Department of Ed. Is there any risk, because as a board, we haven't approved this and it's occurring? Is there any risk that at the state level, they could say this is null and void and these students wouldn't get their credit?
There is no penalty
Okay.
for having a late submission.
Mhm.
Obviously, we are intent on making sure that these MOUs occur prior to the course occurring, but from time to time, we will have situations like this.
Got it. I appreciate that transparency. So that's the only questions I have. Thank you for the clarification.
Chair Perez?
Trustee Lichtel?
Yeah, each conversation related to dual enrollment seems to bring back memories of my prior experience. And I guess my question tonight is, because I know that sometimes it's difficult to find college staff that either is available, maybe willing, I'm not sure, but available based on their schedule and so forth to teach some of these courses that maybe our high school students are interested in engaging in. And so I know the minimum qualifications do state that the individual teaching the course should have a master's degree in that same discipline, or a bachelor's in that discipline and a master's degree in a related discipline. And so I'm wondering if we're making any progress, or if there's any intention to make progress on qualifying more high school teachers that may have bachelor's degrees. For example, I'm going to pick United States history, and maybe a master's degree in education, and more importantly, has been teaching that course for a number of years, 10, 15, 20, 25 years. I'm a big advocate for the dual enrollment. And I was really pleased to hear read what I read in your report at Oxnard College about the importance of dual enrollment, specifically with our Hispanic students, and how important that is for those students. Their opportunity to engage in a college class while in high school may remove a lot of stigma for those students to enter our college system. So I'm a big advocate for that. I ran into personal experience. I ran into issues in implementing programs that we thought were viable based on student request at the high school level because of the minimum qualifications. And so I understand it's a multifaceted, many perspective issue, but ultimately my focus here is going to be with our students because it is an equality issue, in my opinion. We do have students in certain school districts that are going to access those classes regardless, maybe because they have cars and can drive to their local community college. But we do have students in other parts of our communities that don't have that opportunity, and their only opportunity to take a dual enrollment class might be either online or it could be at their high school. And potentially that means with a high school teacher that has taught that course with some longevity and meets the other qualifications, including that master's degree. So just curious if conversations are happening and how we can loosen up that that issue.
We recently.
Assuming it needs to be loosened, maybe it doesn't.
Well, we recently had a community practice, which Chair Perez attended with us, and that issue. It's on. I don't know. It's not working. Sorry. Oh, okay. And that issue was addressed. It came up. We are in the process of having those conversations right now. You're absolutely right. As we expand our dual enrollment opportunities, we're going to need to have faculty that are able to teach by discipline. And just to let you know, each discipline may or may not have to require a master's degree. So it depends on the courses that are being taught. But that's where HR is coming in, and we're trying to move forward with discussions on how we can best serve our students. And
in the legislation, but there was a time, if I go back to the 2012, 13, where the discussion was that the masters had to be in the subject area taught, whether it was math or social studies or English, whatever it was. So I'm glad to hear that and read in the literature that that's not the case, that as long as we can say that that master's degree does qualify as a discipline, that we could qualify that individual to teach. And again, I see this from multiple perspectives. And one of them is obviously access for students, which we talk about a lot. But the other piece is that there are students, in my opinion, and from my background, and my experience, there's students sitting in high school classes that represent FTES for us, right? There are students that we could tap that would enhance our district's ability to do the things that we want to do. And they're taking courses, maybe at the AP level, maybe just the college prep level, maybe they're IB courses that are being taught by capable employees that have these degrees. And I want to see us as a community college district be more aggressive in really tapping into those sources, bunches of students that are sitting in classes ripe for a dual enrollment experience. They're already there. They're built in. Does that make sense?
it absolutely does. And we are having focused conversations with high school district level leadership and the college leadership, trying to identify opportunities specific to what you just talked about. So we are engaging in those conversations now.
I'm aware that there's meetings that are happening in conjunction with the VCOE
That's correct.
and a lot of districts. And I was really pleased to see some of my former colleagues from the Conejo Valley Unified School District at that meeting most recently. I don't know if it would be appropriate for any of our board members to attend one of those meetings as an onlooker, not as a participant, but if that would be feasible, it certainly would help me in kind of learning what the new process is and how we've moved forward. I think that could be very beneficial. So whenever that happens, and if it's possible, I'd be available to attend.
We will make sure to invite you to our next community
Okay.
of practice.
Thank you.
Would it be Trustee Chancellor?
I didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
Yeah. Oh, I just want to thank you for all those comments. It is complex. Who teaches? If it's contained in the class schedule, all those things. We have some internal collective bargaining issues that are related to this too with our own faculty. We're attempting to engage with AFT to help us work through some of those things. I'm confident that we will be able to. One point I want to make though, and this has been part of my discussion with the board in terms of my goals relative to dual enrollment. It is an equality or an equity issue in terms of access. It's more the case for the students who don't see themselves on a college pathway. So it's what we're really trying to get at here are the AP students and the ones that are going to they're on that pathway. We certainly want them to engage with us, but we're really interested in students that have no pathway in mind or aren't being even directed towards college level work, or they're the first in their families to even begin thinking about college, and to create the pathways from the high school into our institutions. They're going to help them get into living wage occupations. So, and that really gets at a capital E equity approach that we're trying to take. And I just want to commend Dr. Herrera and everybody who's been involved in these community of practice. I think we had the third one. They are in coordination with the VCOE, and we would love to have trustees attend. We've had at least at one, Chair Perez was at the last community of practice, but we've had school board trustees in the room as well. And, depending on which district we're working with, we may have a higher or lower level of engagement with that. And what we've learned over the last year and a half or so as we've been working through this is there's a lot of work to be done on our side, and there's a lot of work to be done on this part of the districts and the schools to make this work. But we have really begun moving the needle on this conversation. So thank you, Dr. Herrera.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And I think the districts have really capable individuals that can run and organize their processes on their campuses and in their districts. But I will tell you, it will not happen without us. We are the driver. We're at the center of that because, we are the community college district. And, going back to the equality piece, I really do see that as not just the AP student. I also understand, as I mentioned with Oxnard College, the importance of having students in underserved areas, students that would never enter college by, any kind of influence from their families, having that first opportunity to engage in that college experience and having, that carry them through either through one of our schools or hopefully beyond to a 4-year degree. So I'm a full supporter of the dual enrollment. Anything I can do on my end, I'm available.
Okay, I have a lot to offer also, but it's taken as far afield of the agenda item in front of us, but Trustee Chancellor.
Yeah, on that discussion of moving the needle, I just wonder as an organization, our 3 colleges, are we getting to the point that we're getting closer and closer to actually putting a timeline on this? Because I know at the state level, Dr. Christensen, is that correct?
Sonia
Christian. Yeah, I mean, she put sort of the goal, and correct me if I'm wrong, is every graduating high school senior would graduate with 12 units of community college credit under their belt. So as that is a goal, and maybe it's lofty, maybe it's attainable, but do we have a timeline to center our resources and systems behind that goal so we can, of course, implement and support it? That's question one. And doesn't need to be answered now. It's just a comment. The second one, it was from a meeting that the chancellor joined me, and it does pertain to this. So quarterly, we meet with the city of Ventura, Ventura College, and Ventura Unified at the governance level. And one of the key parts of dual enrollment that was brought up was the tight connection between the Ventura County Transportation Commission, VCTC. And as of right now, college students are traveling on our city buses free, which is a huge asset, as Trustee Lichtel was saying, for students to attend these courses in some, coming from Ventura College to Buena or to Ventura High School or Foothill for that matter. Well, not Foothill, but that is not something that is permanent. That is renewed, I think, somewhat annually, and how important that commission is to support that. The third comment that came from that meeting also was this came from Trustee Sabrina Rodriguez from Ventura Unified, and that was her constituent groups. There was like interest for 8th graders to already start the courting process or looking at opportunities for dual enrollment. And I think it's really important that when we have an eagerness throughout our community for that, that we're able to pivot and respond and open up our doors to that, opposed to saying we're not doing that. And I think it's really important as a culture, as an institution, our 3 colleges, that we're ready to not turn anyone away, even at the 8th grade level, because that is a huge positive for me anyways to hear. So I hope that we can transition into looking at eighth graders, and welcoming them. At least starting the process, 900 numbers. So when they enter as a freshman in high school, that maybe that goal of 12 units is going to be something that is achievable. So that was a big takeaway for me from that meeting.
And with that, are you prepared to make a motion on this item? Thank you. Is there a second? Trustee Torres seconds the motion to approve item 1103. Student trustee. Thank you. Board, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you. That brings us to 13 board policies. There are no items in front of us, as in item 14 as well. That brings us to item 15, business and administrative services action items. And I believe it was reported earlier, a lot of these items were moved forward by the committees with the recommendation to approve. So
Britt,
go ahead.
if it's appropriate, can we consider all of the 15 action items in one motion?
That can be accommodated. Okay, trustee Lichtel moves to approve all items.
I'm sorry, I have some questions on 15.01, so I don't want to slow down the process. Besides that, I'm comfortable.
So
with all of you.
I move that we approve 15.02 through 15.04.
And trustee Torres, you still second that? Thank you. Student trustee, thank you. Board, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? None. Thank you. Okay, do we need this item 1501 introduced, or trustee Chancellor, you just lead off with your question?
An introduction brief would be
Okay, brief, Chancellor, who will take this? 1501.
Right, I think it explains the timeline and the sequence of events. We also presented some information to the board.
Good evening, trustees. Dr. McLennan. Amendment number 1 to the Energy Services Agreement with Forefront Power related to the solar project at Ventura College will allow the district to finance the additional costs and see the project to completion. This amendment was reviewed by the district's consultants, NV5, which has helped and assisted the colleges and the district through the solar projects at Moore Park and Oxnard as well. The updated cost avoidance is between 6 and 8 million with the new amendment rate. And this amendment was also discussed at the September 25th ASC meeting and moved forward by consensus. Trustee Chancellor, I believe you had some questions.
So just background for anyone listening in, and please feel free to correct me on some of these assumptions that I'm going to make, but the reason why we have an amendment to the contract is we've had solar panels for 4-ish years that are not currently quote unquote hooked up to our grid, that are not saving us energy, that are not helping our sustainability plan, that have been built and are ready to go, but they have not been hooked up. Are we on the same page there?
I do want to provide some clarification. It was mechanically completed at Ventura College, and then through the process of moving forward to activating the panels, there were additional conversations between Edison as well as ourselves and Forefront Power that led to additional requirements and cost escalations. So we've been working through those conversations and have for you here the amendment number 1.
The reason why I bring that up is, and this might not be a fair statement, but we had an agreement, a contract with Edison and FFP and ourselves, or Forefront Power, and it didn't seem to work because there was change orders, there were modifications, there was unknowns, and usually I would assume that those would be covered in some sort of agreement. So now we're being asked to make a new agreement, but we haven't received as trustees sort of the reason why our past contract didn't work. And it's hard for me to approve a new contract with the same firm and the same players when we don't know as trustees that we're being asked to prove that we don't know what went wrong, so to speak, or who's rolling it. All we received in the statement or minutes from our admin services was there's fault from all three parties. And that was not, those aren't my words. Those are from the minutes or terminology from that. So I want to, of course, prevent any sort of mistake or fault or lapse in a contract moving forward so we can get these solar panels hooked up as soon as possible. And I'm hoping that this contract does it, but without knowing the issues, the full extent of the issue or the problem in the last contract, that has led us to a place of, 4 years of solar panels that have not been hooked up, that are not helping our community and sustainability and environmental and, everything that's involved in that. Some more details would have been helpful at this point.
Trustee Chancellor, couple of things. One, this is not a new contract. It's an amendment to the existing contract. And you started off your comments about making some assumptions. And I know you did provide some questions on other agenda items in advance. I think you could have gone a long way in getting some of your questions answered or clarifications made without having to make assumptions tonight. And, having past experience on contracts with multiple players, designers, contractors, you're always going to have change orders. You're always often going to miss timelines. Costs will ultimately go up in those situations. And the trick is to get all the involved parties together and say, okay, we're all facing the same issues here. How are we going to proceed and complete the desired project? And so, I think we've been, for myself, I think we've been given, as the Chancellor alluded to, prior information on this matter, and the explanation and clarification, again, just given by Emily. I'll just ask if any other trustee has any questions or, yes. Okay. She is online. There she is. Okay. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Kathy. I think going to say what you're going to say, but I think you'll say it better. So please go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. So I want to clarify that the issues we had and have at Ventura College were not related with our contract with Forefront Power. They actually did everything in their agreement. They built it. The next step would have been for Edison to do some identified work that was known through a study they did before we did the contract and during that process. And when it came to that piece, Edison then identified issues that they said were insufficient to be able to move forward with what they did. So they gave us a number of solutions. We followed the leads on those two. One of them was turning off a battery system that we also had installed, which is actually run by a different vendor, not Forefront. So that took negotiations that the previous vice chancellor did with that company to agree to not activate the battery system. So once that agreement was made, it was given back to Edison, at which point Edison once again then said that they wanted to do another study. And it was at that time when they did another study that they identified additional costs. We then had a lot of conversations with Edison to review that, to discuss why the change had happened. And so we are now at this point where we have to do these additional items. But I do want to point out that that was no fault of Forefront Power. And quite frankly, these things happen in constructions where things become known later. Edison had some turnover in their own staff, and new engineers came in and wanted to look at some other things. And so that is the timeline very convoluted and more details, but that's how we've gotten to this place. And when I took this position, Dr. McLennan, one of the things he charged me with was to get all of these solar projects completed and moving forward. So we've got the charging stations going on at Moore Park and Oxnard College, and we are working on getting this done so Ventura College can get hooked up to the grid, and then we'll be moving on to get their charging stations in place.
Thank you. Trustee
Yeah,
Chancellor.
so just because I get this question a lot, will this new contract, MOU or partnership, or amendment? Thank you. Well, do we have a date now that we can tell the community that this will be completed by?
Yes. So part of the reason we went with this with Forefront to get the amendment was because once Forefront understood that we were going in this direction, they fronted the money to Edison. Edison would not do anything. They would not order the equipment until the payment was made to them. So that has already happened. They are already in the process. I've been having monthly meetings with Forefront and Edison, and this project will be completed and the grid, it will be activated by August. And actually, Edison thinks it'll be done before. But August 2025 is the latest for Ventura College to be connected to the grid.
And is that date somewhere in this agreement?
The agreement is with Forefront to finance. It's Edison's timeline, and we do not have a contract with Edison that in the sense that it has that deadline. I can, but we've been in the meetings, we've gone over the timelines, and that is their project scope, and they understand the urgency of this, and they are very eager, and they have been doing everything they can to fast track it on their side.
So if you have no further questions, Trustee Chancellor, to avoid the potential of further delay, I would welcome an opportunity, a motion to. Thank you. Is there a second? No. All right. I will second. Student trustee. Thank you. Board, all in favor? Aye. Opposed? And no abstentions? All right. How do you, did I hear your vote? Thank you. Thank you. 16, no items under human resources or institutional effectiveness. Oh, excuse me. Excuse me. I was thinking ahead, you're going to be bringing forward a report of all the chapters you had previously provided us. I saw that. Okay. 1701, how could I overlook that one? Chancellor?
We heard an update through the past committee of some of the discussion that occurred around the commitments. From a process perspective, the draft report is being socialized or has been distributed to the 3 campuses. They're going through their governance structures right now, taking a look at those. And that report is due in March. In it, and what we've provided to the past committee was a summary of the report in an outline form. I believe that outline is contained in your board agenda item. In it, you will notice that it contains 3 board commitments that Trustee Lichtel referred to. In between the production of that draft document and the distribution to the campuses, we, Trustee Chair Perez and Dr. Putnam and I debriefed the board special meeting with our 2 consultants. And as we listened to their comments, there were, I believe, 2 more commitments that were identified out of their notes. And and one, I guess, sort of overriding theme that kind of applies to all 5 of them. Those commitments are reflected in the added notes to the past meeting, in the minutes to the past meeting. To the board, the minutes in the board development session, thank you, which are contained in this document as well. So if you, I won't go back and look at them now, but just so to make the board aware that the initial outline that was shared only contained the 3. Now there are 6 in total, and we'll make sure that those get discussed again at the past meeting at the next meeting as well, and also relayed to the campuses in terms of the drafts that they're reviewing for submission to the commission. Other than that, we did discuss, as Trustee Lichtel said, a third potential workshop with the board, and looked at the timeframe of late February to late January to early February to be able to actually January, but I think we actually talked about January, to capture any potential changes to the report that may go to the commission as well. So that's the update.
So in a second, so with the additional 2 commitments, if you could have this document, this outline updated with the date updated and add those on, that would be helpful.
We will when we
Right.
update it to the campuses, but that's the artifact that went to the campuses. So that's why that remained the same. We didn't want to
Well, I just don't want to
pull
go
a fast one, or get the
I-
perception of pulling a fast
You're right,
one.
but
So,
it'd be helpful so that I'll know not to look at this one.
yes.
One coming forward.
Yeah, we'll have an
Thank you.
update.
Okay.
So that's not been
Trustee
published
Lichtel.
yet, correct? The document with the additional commitments has not been published at this point.
It has not,
Okay.
other than in the minutes, just in the minutes of the special meeting, which are contained in your board materials.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. Well, again, this is a good report on top of the past committee report. Okay. Did you want to say something, Trustee Manton? No. Okay, thank you. Item 18, Chancellor's report.
Thank you. I have a couple brief items. I want to start by commending 3 colleges and all their HSI serving us initiatives, and the data that's reported in this month's board reports. I think it really does exhibit an incredibly strong commitment to the work that our campuses are doing, from leadership all the way throughout the institution. So I do want to commend our colleges for that work. I just want to briefly talk about the report that was referenced from the Oxnard City folks. Trustee Chancellor referenced that this was a collaborative, and I think we talked a little bit about it was really coming from the city's perspective, to the extent that we have not had shared with us the actual report itself. The only input we had to it was to make our students available to be surveyed by the researchers. So we had actually no control over the study or the conclusions in the report that found their way into the paper. So I was as surprised as anybody. We met with the city manager yesterday and talked about this, and I think it's fair to say that there's a strong interest by the city manager in Oxnard, and Dr. Gonzalez referenced 3 other studies that are related to this one, and it's really about economic empowerment for the citizens, for the residents of Oxnard, and what can all of the institutions that can be helpful in that work do. I did get access later to a draft of that report, and I'll just share with the board that the data that came from our students, as reported by students, was incredibly positive. And in terms of the sense of belonging at Oxnard College, the commitment of staff to their success, their understanding and awareness of the services and the supports that are provided at the institution. And both Dr. Gonzalez and I recommitted our efforts with the city manager yesterday to continue to work on collaborations and partnerships. But this one really came outside of our sphere. So I just want to make sure the board knows that. We certainly would have shared that information. Next, I just want a couple items, just really brief updates. There's the first one is on community workforce agreements, and staff have been working on creating knowledge around that work. One of the things that we learned is PLAs are mandated for K-12 institutions, but obviously not for colleges. We have sent out questions, several questions to the California Community College listserv for procurement and facilities regarding PLAs and community workforce agreements. We'll certainly summarize that work as we receive it back. We're working with a public contract construction law firm, Gibbs Gidden Legal Firm, and a couple of the principals in that organization to help with better understanding what other community colleges are doing and finding out how districts are facilitating this process in front of their boards, and then looking at some professional experts to possibly come and meet with the board to help understand this work more. And then finally, we've just been gathering and researching PLA agreements to see what clauses have been negotiable for our reference. So we're looking at a January, February workshop, getting that on the calendar for the board to do a deeper dive into that work. So it's just an update. Second one I want to talk about is on the agenda, it says potential partnerships with Navy presentation, but what it really is I just want to take a pause and just talk a little bit about the work that's happened over the last, I'd say in earnest over the last year and a half. And I'll start with two recent events. One was the Regional Defense Partnership meeting that took place last Thursday. I was joined by Dr. Herrera and Brenda Forbes for that. And in my introductory comments, one of the items that I talked about was, over the last 2 years, it's been our goal to become more visible to our Navy partners. And that's sounds like a relatively simple thing, but it's required a lot of effort in getting to know the commands, the command structures, and most importantly, trying to better understand specifically what the specific workforce needs are for the 22 to 24,000 civilian employees, largest employer in Ventura County, have that our three colleges might collectively better meet. And to that end, the second event on September 24th, we hosted a phase 2 planning meeting here at the district with all three colleges, NAV Air, NAV C, and NAV FAC, which are the three principal commands at Navy Base Ventura County. And we have a little video we're going to show you here in just a second, but what's really meaningful is, some of this work sometimes feels like we're pushing massive boulders uphill because we're really changing a lot of how we're interacting with a significant community partner. At this meeting, we had significant leadership from the Navy base, many of their HR folks, staff to actually help us figure out how to get pathways into those commands. But we also, and significantly, I want to acknowledge all three of our college presidents were there, and all three of our vice presidents of academic affairs were there. And that's a change. We're definitely seeing all entities that need to be involved in this work getting in a room together. And so why don't you go ahead and play the video, Dan? It's very short. While that's queuing up, I want to just also mention that all three of our colleges have direct engagement involvement with identifying and working on program-related needs that the Navy will find of value. I can keep talking, Dan, if you're ready. Sorry.
Dan, hurry up and fix it.
while he's, there's actually a video attached with this, but so that just wanted you to see the room, because it was an impressive, convening. And, you know, whether we're talking about dual enrollment or our external relationships and workforce development, this district and our three colleges have put significant time, effort, and resources into making this work happen. So that's just a little update on that. Well, I actually have two more things. Is the RFQ on the request on legal services. Just wanted to give you an update on that process so the board kind of knows what's coming, and certainly like to field any questions you might have about it. So the district released a request for qualifications for legal services on July 16th. 13 firms submitted proposals by the deadline of August 13th. The RFQ permitted firms to focus on their proposals on offering to provide legal services to the district in one or more or all of the following areas: legal advice, general counsel, employment law, collective bargaining, student services, construction and real estate, and general business law. A district-wide committee has been formed and will evaluate the proposals, interview selected firms, and make recommendations to me. The first phase will be reviewing each of the proposals. I believe that work's already underway. With a rating criteria that demonstrates their responsiveness to our needs, the firm's background, expertise, experience, fee schedule, other services provided, and online resources, newsletters, and so forth, and community college educational experience. A copy, there's a rubric that's going to be used to go through that vetting process. Once each proposal is scored, the committee will meet collectively to discuss rankings and determine which firms to invite for an interview. The committee will interview the invited firms, evaluating their experience in specific areas of law, ability to respond timely, and understanding of emerging legal issues in higher education. After completion of the interviews, the committee will evaluate the strengths of each legal team based on their presentations coupled with the written proposal information. The comprehensive evaluation process will identify firms by the committee for each area of legal services requested by the district. The selected firms may provide legal services across a range of topics. At the completion of this process, the committee will make a recommendation, again to me, on the firms to be submitted to the board for approval. The committee work is anticipated to be completed in November with a recommendation brought to the board at the December board meeting. So I just wanted to give you an update and let you know that this work is moving forward in earnest with a lot of hands on deck. And
Chair?
then
I have a follow-up question first, the thank you for Chancellor reports, in particular for requests for legal services. You know, on that topic, all I know is some of the training that we've received from CCLC and ACCT, and the underlining background was legal firms, I don't want to say are employed by the board, but are hired, so to speak, by the board. And that may or may not align with the past practice in this district. The board was involved in the interview process. They were involved in the development of the rubric, and it was actually a special board meeting where that occurred. I'm not saying that's the direction we should go, but at a minimum, I do think this board should have a role in deciding if this is the pathway or process that we want to get behind. If it is, great. But as what I'm hearing right now is the process to hire new or past legal firms to represent our district and represent the board, so to speak, has already been developed, and we are maybe going to approve a final contract at that point. And I don't know if that's a fair statement, but it sounds like the committee will be doing the interviews. So I would just like some clarification on that more from my colleagues on the board, and also maybe perhaps a recommendation from the chancellor. And so again, all I know is a past practice of what we've done in the past, and maybe it was not the best, but it seemed to serve our district well. So that's my question.
Trustee Torres.
So in 2020, the board actually interviewed a legal counsel because legal counsel represents us as a board. So one of the things that we realized is that everything falls on us and our legal counsel when anything comes to us, particularly closed session items. It is the board that's going to be making decisions. It is the board that is working very closely also with legal counsel. And in 2020, when I came to the board, it was in 2018, and we had some concerns with some of the legal counsel. And so in 2020, it was decided, and it was a joint really decision to have. There was an ad hoc committee, and from that ad hoc committee, we looked at the proposals that came in, and in addition with also district staff, and we were in alignment with the firms that would be selected to be interviewed. And then the entire board had a special meeting in July, I remember, and we interviewed the firms. And once we interviewed the firms as a board, we also selected who we wanted to be for general counsel. Who do we want to be for negotiations? Who did we want us to represent us? Anything that had to do with construction. And so it was really nice because as a board, we made a decision on who legal counsel would be. And I really appreciate it because it was something that was invited also with the district team as well. They also provided their recommendations, and then we had an opportunity to interview them as well. And that's really where, as we have our meetings, closed session meetings, and we have our conversations, we really do work very closely for us as a board with our legal counsel. They look for the best interests of the district, but everything comes to us as a board to making a final decision. So I would like very much that process that we had in place before to adopt it once again. And that involvement, I don't feel comfortable with just approving and just in all, transparency as we're moving forward and coming to the board with recommendations and then giving an approval. I really want to be more involved with legal counsel. I know as I've gone to some of the few conferences that I've been to at CCLC and speaking to other trustees, is one of those that they're very much involved. It's one of those areas. It's different from, the colleges and more of the instructional piece or student services. This is different. This is really for us. So how that would look like, I would like it to look like it did before. I believe it was Trustee Chancellor, Trustee Bettis. You were here at that time. Also, you've been here. We've been here. And I found it to be really, really effective because I had trust in my legal counsel. So like everything that's come forward to us and we have our legal counsel come to us with information, I have felt very comfortable because I was part of that process. And prior to that, we had sometimes just questions and concerns. So that would be something that I would be asking the board to support for all of us, really, to be part of that, because they represent our entire district, but in guiding us and making those difficult decisions that come to us.
I can appreciate, just for some background, your interest in board involvement on not just this, but other matters that come before us. As I recall, the process had had unfolded as far as district staff did the vetting of the legal service firms, brought forward a recommendation, and only then did this ad hoc committee process. Because the board at the time, the majority wanted to say, okay, we'll give this process a shot where the board would form the ad hoc committee, be more involved. And to be honest, I looked at that somewhat skeptically. And as it turns out, the committee came back with the very same recommendations, just as you said, that staff had brought to us anyway. So, there's a lot of things about that come before us that I don't have deep insider knowledge about. We're up here to hire the professionals. I don't know the first thing about what it takes to be a construction matters attorney or anything like that. I just rely upon the chancellor and his team to do the proper vetting based on a rubric that's been presented here. And I'm sure these are common measures that other districts use for this very same purpose. And then I just think, personally, I think this is a more efficient process because we all know how difficult it is for all of us to take time apart from our personal or professional lives to take on this additional kind of a task. So I'm predisposed to follow this process here, but let's hear from the rest of the board. Trustee Lichtel?
Yeah, I would just say as one that was in the process of hiring attorneys as assistant superintendent of K-12 district, that was done by department. So, in our case, each department would vet their own, which is how we handled the K-12, and I think most of them do the same thing. I don't recall the board being involved in those processes other than once it came to the board for approval, with obviously the opportunity to ask questions. So what I'm reading here is a district-wide committee will evaluate proposals and interview selected firms, make recommendations to the chancellor, who I assume would have the final decision based on that feedback, based on that input, or maybe some rubric, or maybe they're ranked
of what to bring to the board,
what to bring forward to the board. I'm comfortable with that. And, I'm going to trust that the professionals, that the individuals in those departments are going to hire the best legal representation, not only for them, because they're going to be under the gun, but also in representing the district. So I'm okay with this process. I think maybe we go this route this year, and then a year from now or 6 months from now, if we want to have discussion about going in a different manner, then maybe we should have that discussion then.
Trustee Matu?
I have in a former life been involved in these kinds of processes as well. And I would say from my perspective and experience, I have every confidence in the staff's ability to do the vetting of these particular legal services firms, and for this board to hold its chancellor as the chief executive accountable for the recommendation that's brought to us. So I would support the procedures outlined by our chancellor. And we would have hopefully great latitude and opportunity to ask a number of questions when those recommendations are brought to us once the vetting is done. One minor comment I would make with regard to the rubric is I would probably give greater weight to the community college / educational experience component, more than 10% of the total value. And I would leave it to staff to be able to perhaps enhance the focus in that particular area, because we do operate sometimes in a rather arcane world, different from the wider scope of society. And I think that merits maybe a few more percentage points of consideration. Otherwise, I'm comfortable with what's been outlined by our chancellor.
That's a good point. Thank you. Trustee Torres.
I would ask the trustees, you mentioned your experience as administrators, and I'm asking for you to look at it from a trustee perspective. And what I mean by that is as we come together as a board, I project our conversations and the importance of trustees, certain trustees to be able to say, I interview this council, so when we're having meetings and I'm going to go back to closed session items, I trust council what you are saying because as a matter of fact, I was part of that process and we recommended you as a council to come because everything at the end, and I go back to closed session because it's when we need this, really the attorneys is when it comes to closed session. And here we are, trustees making a decision. And I will have to say for myself, I have felt comfortable making certain decisions because I was part of the process of even deciding what council would represent us here in this area. And that as trustees, as I look forward in our deliberation process has been helpful because in the past, there was no process. And do I even trust this council? Because I don't believe I was part of it. And so an ad hoc committee was built of those trustees who were interested. It was 2 trustees. And it's like, is there an interest for 2 trustees to be part of an ad hoc? And there was an interest. Had there not been an interest of another trustee, it would have just ended there. And then it was just a meeting. It was one where we came as trustees. We interviewed those firms. And for me, the value in it was much more so in our conversations when we had to be with council, where I said, what do you recommend? Is this your recommendation? Okay, let's move forward. And that's what I look at it. I look at it from that lens in our work and being efficient because I can anticipate and I will speak. I will probably have some questions and it's not a lack of trust because it's definitely trusting the process. But what I have learned these last 6 years is when I've needed counsel, it's coming to decisions for us in closed session. And if it was just contracts, that's different. If we're talking about project building, that's different attorneys. But some of the ones that have come to me every single closed session has to do with a certain form or firm. And I need to feel like I'm part of that process just for myself. And it's not necessarily saying that I don't trust decision. It's just that it comes to me as a board member. So for me, as I look at our deliberation sessions as we come together as a board, I feel like it would make me feel much more comfortable in choosing our firms and having that opportunity. If the majority of the board chooses not to, it just means we're going to take a little bit more time in our other work as we move forward because there's going to be that part of not feeling part of the process. And as as we did work in our retreat, I think to myself, is there really that much more time? One more meeting, but that's going to, at least for myself, it's going to make a huge difference as we continue to move forward with our work. And when we put trust and we listen to each other, I don't think it's a big ask. I truly don't. I think there's things that we come together that we need to make decisions to move forward with the district. I think this one's just an ask of saying, hey, let's just be part of this process and interview. It's not hurting. It's going to be a meeting to interview. And I understand that it's going to be a little bit more time, but it's not an ask that is going to really negatively impact anything. But I do see it as helping us move forward in a lot of the work that comes to us in closed session, because that's really where the legal counsel comes into play. So I would ask the board to reconsider of perhaps having this and in such a way, and our chancellor can maybe help us later to figure what that would look like. But I would like that opportunity.
Chair Perez.
Trustee
So
Lick-
I hear what Trustee Torres is saying. It just feels outside of our purview to interview attorneys that are going to represent the district when we have individuals that lead either their own departments or our chancellor and whatever these committee makeup is, and which I assume is a pretty broad swath of individuals that are invested in that process. So to me, it just feels outside of our purview to be interviewing attorneys.
Trustee Chancellor.
I found some of the terminology and it says, community college lawyers provide a range of services, including administrative contracts, in-service education, informational systems, training for board members and administrators, advising on school board elections, negotiating labor and other contracts, technology leadership, representing boards in arbitration and litigation. The reason why
Trustee Chancellor, before you, what are you reading from? Where are you reading that from?
I don't know, I can share it with you at the end. I just found it. What what's the or the hiring process.
And I wish you would share it because in a previous meeting, you read something and you were going
Oh,
to share it with us
Okay,
and,
I'll send
okay.
I'll make sure to send you the link.
Thank you.
My point is, I think we're all aware that legal firms, specifically general counsel, they represent the board. And they provide training to this board for the work that we need to do. Take, for example, writing contracts for administrators. I think we're the ones to approve those contracts. And I think it's intentional that legal firms are separated from the people that are going to be receiving those contracts. I understand on construction services and things like this and some of the nitty gritty of some of these fields. Absolutely. But for general counsel, I think it's intentional that we are involved in that process of selecting it's a protection of conflict of interest for one.
Chancellor.
I just want to be, the intention of bringing this item forward really is to present a structure of quite a lot of work that needs to happen at the board's request to get this process moving. And the intent honestly is to make it as productive as possible. I do want to just correct one thing. And our council, while the board is involved in representational things, our council represents the district. And we are the district. So it's a subtle distinction, but I want to be careful because I've heard that question come up before in other settings. And I've listened to council say, our work is representing the Ventura County Community College District. I'm certainly open to any will of the board and how you want to move forward with this work. The way this is structured, at least initially, is similar to the way it was structured initially the last time the board went through this work. So this isn't, we're not trying to reinvent the wheel here. I wasn't involved in the 2020 process. This is the one I'm recommending, and if the board has another desire, we'll certainly adjust and adapt to it.
Yeah, I find it hard to accept that any one of us won't have confidence in a legal services firm if it wasn't selected by the process that we preferred, or if it was the firm that we preferred. So, we've heard from each of us. I think there's and Trustee Chancellor, I thank you for your, as you introduced this, your comments about you have your preference, but you'll go with the majority of the board. And I think it has worked well in the past. We had that one alteration that we've experienced, but I see no need to repeat that. And that's it. Sure.
I remember clearly what it was, our conversations in closed session prior to the decision, prior to 2020 and after 2020. The board, we recommended a certain council to recommend us on a certain area, and it has been very well received. And we gave that recommendation from the board. And it was really nice because it was coming together with our chancellor. So it's not the board, it's the board alongside with the chancellor, but it's really nice because it really became as a collective, like we're doing this together. And the chancellor makes a decision, but the chancellor, we got to interview. And so we then deliberated and discussed, and then the chancellor makes a decision. But I felt it was a really good process because it was one of supporting who we are as a district and that we move forward as a district supporting this council. So I would like to be involved and give recommendations perhaps of, and I'm turning to the chancellor, of ways of how to, maybe we can, when there's certain firms ideas of who we would think could represent it in certain areas. Because I found that to be very, very helpful as we've been moving forward these last couple of years in certain areas of the district with certain council being part of the process. And that truly did come from a input from board. And so I know for myself, when we've had moments in closed session, to me, that's been huge. So I want to, like I said, it's not part of not trusting. It's one of, I don't mind doing the work. I have always liked doing committee work and rolling up my sleeves. So that's why I know sometimes it can be another meeting and it's like we don't have the time, but I wanted to make it clear that it's not lack of confidence of our chancellor, lack of confidence in our district committee. If anything, we're grateful that they do this. It comes more as, okay, now we're here and as we're coming across these decisions and where do we stand? Because is there settlements? Where is it coming? What direction we're going to go. We interview this particular firm, and I know there's firms that we hire because of certain counsel that was part of it, and we feel very comfortable in that process moving forward with our chancellor. So whenever certain things come to us, we have that trust and confidence in the legal counsel. So somehow I don't know what that process would look like, but I want to be somewhat involved because I've seen the success. I have something to compare it to from before and after 2020. So with that, those are my final comments. And I say that because when we have these retreats and we talk about moving forward, it's not only in action items, but it also comes to understanding and listening to one another and saying, okay, I'm hearing you. We can move in this direction. If this is going to allow you to feel better as we move forward it's a relationship. If this is going to make you feel better as we move forward with making major decisions, I'm okay doing this process so we can move forward. So I say that because as we continue moving forward, and we talked about it in past, it's discussions like this that strengthen our board, or at times just allow us to just take a little bit of a step back, and then we have to continue to work forward and, to take those steps further along. So just something to think about as we continue to do our work.
Chair,
Trustee Lichtel.
Mr. Chancellor, do you want to say something? Go ahead.
Oh.
I hear that there's a board majority that is comfortable with the plan as described. I guess I'm just trying to, as a board minority here, see if there's a bridge. And the last part of this recommendation is as at the completion of the process, I'm assuming the rubric and sort of fleshing out all the different firms, the committee will make a recommendation to the chancellor on firms to be submitted to the board for approval. Is there a bridge here that we can have an ad hoc committee or two trustees be part of that process where the committee makes a recommendation to the chancellor and two trustees? And then at least there's some buy-in. Because I'd hate to see a situation where a lot of work and effort goes into this and we get to a place where one legal firm for general counsel is recommended to this board, and we're left with one choice or two choices, which is to approve the one and only recommendation or to not approve it. And if we do in fact have two trustees that are interested in at least being part of that vetting process with a legal firm that we directly associate and work with, in some ways more than the chancellor, I think it's important that there's some involvement there. So I'm just putting out, is there a bridge in that process? I don't know if you're comfortable, and we can maybe talk about it offline later. I'm just hopeful that there's some compromise there.
Oh, Chancellor.
I think the bridge already exists. And I think it's exactly as you described it. As I'm seeing this process move forward, it would need to go to one of the board committees before going on to the full board. And I would expect at that board committee meeting, we need to decide which one, because we couldn't take it to both. So it's either going to be administrative services or PASS, where you have two trustees. More discussion and background information would certainly be able to happen in that context. So that may accommodate that interest.
Chair, go ahead.
After you're done.
It just reminded me, the only other time that we're involved in sort of this process is also with the auditors. And I think that also is intentional, that there is a separation between district management and the board. And ultimately that decision for auditing firms, we interview them, we make the selection, and it then the district works with that particular auditing firm. And I'm very clear in the trainings that we've received that those are the two areas that we received as trustees, some pretty clear guidance that falls on our responsibility of selecting general counsel. So just put that out there.
Maybe selecting, but I don't know about process. So Trustee Lichtel.
Yeah, to that last point, I've never been involved in a situation that was similar to that. Couple things. I think that from my standpoint, I don't feel comfortable being part of that process as it's developing, because as a board member, I would be concerned about any possibility of a conflict of interest, somebody accusing me of some conflict of interest based on a relationship that I may have with an attorney firm, which in this community, because of my past positions, I know many of those firms and have been involved with those firms. So, I mean, that's from my standpoint, that would be one issue. But I think I kind of want to reflect our conversation on our accreditation. And I want to start my comments by saying that, because it's been a few months since I think it's been said, is that our accreditation report, the report that we got back, was stellar from the sites. Our sites did a wonderful job of going through and addressing every issue and showed through metrics, through data, through the standards, that they're doing the job that they need to do, should be doing, are expected to do for our community and for our students. The issue with the accreditation lies up here at the dais. And when we're having a conversation about hiring legal firms, and I think it's well-intentioned, but Trustee Torres, you use the word trust no fewer than 5 times. And several of those were, I'm not sure that I can trust an attorney that I didn't personally vet. And I think that's part of the issue. That's part of the compliance concern, as I see it. I don't think that it's within our purview to vet attorneys that represent the district and work directly with these folks. And my concern is the message that was received on the other side of the dais, that we may not trust who is selected by the individuals that are going to pick up the phone and call the attorney and say, here's a situation I'm dealing with. What's your recommendation? How should we move forward with this? What advice would you give me? We received we received reports regularly in closed session, which I won't speak to, but I know that those reports are created in conjunction with legal counsel. And based on my past experience, sometimes those reports are almost entirely produced by legal counsel because it's so sensitive. So again, I think saying that I can't trust, I'm not sure that I could trust working with an attorney that I didn't have the chance to vet, again, sends that message that I think the accreditation committee said, you guys are outside of your lane, kind of like gather yourselves and stay in that lane.
I'd like to be able to just respond to what Trustee Lito said. So we did this in the past.
Before you do, if you
Well,
may, before you do, Trustee Torres.
I understand that.
Before you do,
I understand that, but we're going back to, because he made reference to me as far as what I
spoke
said
earlier
correctly.
about decorum between and amongst ourselves. So please give me a chance to say what I want to say. We are running, as I said earlier, on another item, we're running far afield from the item in front of us. And I don't want this conversation to get further afield and just create other issues for us to deal with tonight and or later. So measure your words, please.
I always do, Trustee Perez. And I would like you to, I know as you mentioned that, to know that based on behaviors that we've had these last couple of meetings. To Trustee Lito, you made a point about trust, but it has nothing to do with our staff. And I said that this has nothing to do with our chancellor or with our staff. I said it has to do with closed session, particularly because that's been my interaction with legal counsel. We did this in the past and this was not an issue with accreditation. So this process is not something new that I'm bringing. This is something we've done in the past and should have been an issue, would have come up in the report, so it wasn't. So everything is about how we say things, the intention of it. And I was very intentional and specific. So everybody who's listening would know that this is not a lack of trust in them. This is me as a board when I have that is your perspective. But for the record, this is not a lack of trust in our chancellor. This is not a lack of trust in our staff. They have my full confidence and trust for the record of our chancellor. So I'm going on record for our chancellor and our staff. This is coming for us as we come together as a board, and all of the conversations and comments that I make in this meeting for the record is pertaining for us as a board. And so with that, when I need to make a decision, when we're in closed session, we have legal counsel that's advising us. Our chancellor's coming to us. And when I say, I like to be part of that process. So when legal counsel, you're right, this is your area of expertise. I want to believe that I can trust this counsel, not necessarily our team. And so when we had our process, that was a process that was very helpful. It was very collaborative. It was the best process that I've seen because it was like, great, we're going to interview and then we talk with our chancellor and we make the decision. Should this board, the majority of the board, should Trustee Perez, Trustee Mantooth, Trustee Lichtel choose that they want to go with this process, it's fine. But I want to make it clear and for the record, which is why I wanted to speak, because sometimes individuals can make comments and can try to rise things that are not so. So I wanted to get it clear that your perspective is your perspective, but it's not mine. So with that, trust is who we bring over to work with us, not necessarily the lack of judgment of who we have of our chancellor and our district staff. With that, I don't want to continue the conversation to belabor it because there's other reports that we have to talk about as we move forward. This is not an action item, but should we choose, trustees, should you choose as you go home and reflect to say it's not a bad idea. We understand 2 trustees. You just want to have an opportunity to interview. We did it before. It wasn't bad. Just means a meeting. Doesn't hurt anybody. We'll go for it. What a wonderful opportunity because we're listening to 2. Should the decision remain the same? That's okay. So with that, I don't have anything else to say regarding this subject. Thank you, Trustee Perez.
Thank you. Trustee Mantooth.
Only to express my appreciation for the disparate points of view. That's very healthy. I choose not to embrace those points of view, and I think that's healthy as well. And I would just ask that our chair bring this matter to a close at this particular time. As you've said, we've gone way far afield.
Thank you. And we've all heard each other. And so I think that is a good thing. And this matter is closed, as rightfully pointed out, it's information. And that brings us. Oh, one more item. Okay. If you dare.
I apologize. I'll make this very brief, but I want to make sure that some of our guests hear this, that we're still focused in earnest on the Santa Clara River Valley and Santa Paula. I appreciated the public comments that I heard earlier tonight. And I want to say that President Laredo Habib not only attended the town council meeting, she hosted her first Santa Paula advisory council meeting that I was able to attend. I wasn't able to make it to the city council meeting. She is actively engaged in meeting the community. Her goals are to increase the participation rate in Santa Paula in the River Valley and be prepared for future growth. And so we're giving her time to get oriented to it's a complex a bit of work that we're doing in that community. She will be coming in December, I believe. November. She'll be here at the November meeting to give you an update on kind of where she sees the work going with the East Campus. So that concludes my report.
Thank you. Item 1901, Student Trustee Report. Student Trustee Whalen.
Thank you, Chair, Chancellor, trustees, and faculty here today. I want to start off my report by saying Happy Hispanic Heritage Month. It has been wonderful seeing all the celebrations and events in honor of this month. And in the past month, I hosted a booth at Moorpark College's Club Rush to inform students about the role of a student trustee and my responsibilities within the district. My primary objective was to raise awareness about how I advocate for all students across the district, especially those from historically underserved backgrounds. I engaged in meaningful conversations with students, explaining my role in ensuring their voices are heard at the district level. To further enhance outreach, I created a flyer for students to read or to take with them if they wanted, outlining the key aspects of my position. And I also provided a QR code linked to a Google form where students could share their experiences and concerns, giving me valuable insight into how I can better represent them and address their needs. I was also honored to represent Moore Park College during their Aspen site visit. In addition to offering my perspective as student trustee, I contributed insights as a student athlete and as a member of the Access program. Another highlight of this past month was holding my second Student Trustee Advisory Council meeting. During the session, we discussed key agenda items, received updates from each college, and outlined our first major initiative, continuing the work of the Food Insecurity Task Force, an effort aimed at addressing hunger and food insecurity among students in our district. On a broader scale, I applied and was accepted to the Student Trustee Advisory Committee, different from the Student Trustee Advisory Council meetings I hold. This ad hoc committee, organized through the Community College League of California, brings together student trustees from across the state to engage in discussions about student-related issues and develop advocacy strategies. This committee's mission is to elevate the student trustee voice through policy deliberations and collaborative efforts. I am super excited to work alongside my peers in this committee to further amplify student perspectives and contribute to meaningful changes. And lastly, I would like to remind everyone that Delta Alpha Pi will be holding their induction ceremony on October 24th from 10 to 11:30 a.m. in the Moore Park College Campus Center Conference Room. Delta Alpha Pi is both a club and international honor society that honors and celebrates the achievements of students with disabilities. If you're interested in attending, please feel free to reach out to me at studenttrustee@vcccd.edu. Thank you.
2001, 1902 trustee reports, trustee Chancellor. Thank you, trustee Torres.
For my report, I hope for all trustees, and I'm going to say for whoever's in the chairship, that this is the first and last time that as a trustee I'm ever said to watch your words, because no other trustee has ever been said that before. And they get the opportunity to express themselves and say whatever it is they want to say. So I hope there's equity in treatment in how every trustee is addressed. So like I mentioned before, I hope this is the first and the last time. As a board member and the work that we've done, I listened because I care about our board. And as we do our evaluations, it's important to be able to do that. My hope is that we don't judge our own perspectives and perceptions of what we see about our things with our other fellow board members. One of the things I did want to mention was regarding the minutes. In the minutes, I'm glad that we had our chancellor who was able to speak on the PLA agreement, but that's because our chancellor chose to do so. And I'm glad he did. But we did, in our minutes, it was stated, if we look at page 7, which would be page 95 if you have your board agenda. But in the minutes of September 10th, we did say that it was agreed to include this topic on the agenda for the regular board meeting scheduled for October 8th, 2024 as an update. And this will help determine the content of a study session on this topic. This was not an agenda item. And as we move together as a board, we have our minutes, we have agreements, because we say this is something that we're committed to. And when I didn't see this on the agenda, it made me wonder as to why. So if it wasn't because our chancellor just took it upon himself to be able to address it on his report, which I appreciated, thank you, Chancellor McLennan, this perhaps could have not been addressed. And so as we move forward in our process, if we say this is something we'd like to see, I'd like to know how this is going to be kind of follow through, because otherwise it gives a message as we have this in our minutes, and we didn't see it on agenda. We said we would have this topic and just talk about it. What would be an update? What are the things that we need to look for in a PLA agreement? Our chancellor, like I mentioned before, spoke about it, but I do want to ask about, as we move forward, and things that we agree as consensus that we do follow in, because then it gives a message to others that we're not following with commitments that we make. I'm looking forward to going to Oxnard College on, I believe, October 29th for Nepantla Nacimiento. So we received the invitation, really excited. Thank you also for the data, all of our colleges. I really appreciate it to see the numbers and to see that there's stability. And so one of the things that I'm looking forward to just knowing more about is how we are addressing our non-traditional students. So we hear about dual enrollment and we hear about our students that are coming in right from high school, like the age groups. But I'm curious in seeing for those non-traditional students, what are some of the programs and some of the things that our colleges are doing for them? Because that's also like a wonderful opportunity to be able to work with them and help them really just change, move the needle and start transforming that generational poverty into opportunities that they can have for them and their kids. So with that, that is the end of my report.
Just a quick response. The chair, in consultation with the chancellor, did set the agenda, and given the information provided in that meeting, the PLA was placed on the agenda under chancellor's report. Trustee Bantu.
Well, I would have spoken about the city council meeting in Santa Paula, but I think that's been accurately referenced and rightly so, a very positive event. And I too am looking forward to the ballet at Oxnard College, but it will be my turn on November 30th.
Trustee Lichtel.
I have 5 quick items. First of all, Trustee Whalen, thank you for taking on what appears to be a statewide committee. Thank you for doing that on behalf of the district and yourself, and I'm sure you'll have a great experience. A few things, like I said, I'll be quick, that I read throughout our agenda, things that were kind of embedded in there. A 9/11 memorial held on the Moore Park campus, I thought was very appropriate and very much appreciated, a day that many of us in this room will remember forever, and it all too vivid still to this day. Likewise at Oxnard College, I read a statement, and I'll read it verbatim because I think it's worth it. Professors of history Jean Wilson Gonzalez and Dr. Josh Leiser, did I say that right? Discuss the importance of Constitution and government at the ASG organization Constitution Day event. And again, very much appreciated. That was on September 17th. Appreciated that we're commemorating these important dates in our history in order to keep our history alive. I've already talked to the point of the dual enrollment issue at Ventura College and how much it's appreciated that we're using dual enrollment as a conduit to attract students, induct and retain students in our community college system, maybe even at the 8th grade at some point, Mr. Chancellor. I don't disagree with that. I think that would be fantastic. And then lastly, a bit of business, and I apologize if I was remiss in not bringing this forward sooner, but on October 3rd, I did receive a memo about the annual meeting to elect members to the Ventura County Committee of School District Organizations. This meeting will be held next Monday, the 14th, which I will attend as your representative. There are 3 areas that are up for vote: supervisorial areas 3 and 5, and 1 at-large committee. There's one candidate in each of those areas, so they're running unopposed. So unless there's an objection from any board member to voting accordingly, affirming these 3 candidates in each of their respective areas, that's exactly what I plan to do. And then I'll report back next month as needed.
Thank you. For myself, I did attend the Club Rush at Moore Park College, and it was very exciting to see the enthusiasm of all the students and the various clubs. A lot of diverse activities of interest represented by those clubs. And the student trustee was there and doing her job, seeking input from the students. I was proud to participate along with Trustee Lichtel on the Aspen site visit, along with the chancellor and Moore Park College Foundation President Jill Haney. And the one great takeaway for me was that in Dr. Sokanu's feedback from the site visit team was that each interview team was consistent in the message that we gave to the site visit team. So I think that bodes well for Moore Park College. In my role as serving on the City of Simi Valley's Youth Employment Services Advisory Board, I arranged a tour of the College and Career Center with a representative from the Simi Valley Unified School District, and provided a great opportunity for collaboration there. And also the Simi Valley Chamber of Commerce has a new Hispanic Business Alliance. And Dr. Sokanu and Robert Cabral and Josefa Baca attended the meeting along with myself, and the excitement from both sides, Moore Park College being a Hispanic serving institution and the chamber focusing on serving the Hispanic business community, I think bodes well for some great collaborative opportunities as well. So that's my report, and that takes us now to 2001 trustee request for reports. And we do have yours from the last time, Trustee Mantooth. I apologize for that oversight. And if there's nothing else, then this meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.